Today we will have several topics, mostly related to how to architect our applications. So there won't be new functionality, just some refactorings. And here's my screen. If you take a look currently at our lib folder, you will see that we have a whole bunch of files just in one folder. And as the application grows, there will be many more files. So this is not something that scales very well because the more files, the harder it is to navigate, harder to understand where to store what, where to add what, where to locate, and so on. And for that, there are many solutions, many approaches to architecture. This is one of the most controversial topics in general in programming because there's many developers have many preferences on how to architecture your app. So always keep this in mind, and you will see people arguing online and maybe offline too. Just don't be so emotional about architecture. If it works for you, it works. That's the main idea. And if it works for your team, because usually you work with teams, then it's a good architecture. What we follow in Chile is called okay. Before that, one important distinction that we need to understand in general in programming applications is that we have visual part. It's called user interface. So the UI part, right? So I can be calling it UI most of the times, but also presentation and also visual and so on. So this is really important to understand. There's just something that the user sees. So just visual, no actions, no anything, just visual, buttons, text, and so on. This is user interface. And then there's the other part of what's going on behind the user interface. So API responses, calls to the database, and so on and so forth. This is called business logic. So just logic, or usually business logic, because this is related to the business that your app is representing. Okay, so always keep in mind, this will be important. This will come up today more. There's user interface and there's business logic. Okay, so far, any questions? Okay, then I will go to the board and we'll just. So, as I said, what we follow in Chile is called clean architecture. This was proposed by a very smart programmer some time ago, but it also has modifications, interpretations, and so on. So, as I said, take everything with a grain of salt, but there are a couple of important things in this architecture. First, that we have our app, the text, and so on and so on. Or the user interface, right? So everything relates to how user visually interacts with the application. And everything related to this part of the code, we call, in architecture, is called presentation. So it's what presents to the user. It will present your app. Presentation, okay, not exactly in our case. For now, just let's just keep calling it a presentation. And remember that it contains everything related to UI. So widgets, page, and so on. Then on the other side of things, we have another model, which is responsible for very specific interactions with the outer world. Let's say that APIs like Books API, Brooks API, and so on, all of the network calls, all of the database calls, all of the shared references calls, and so on. Everything that actually gets access to some data is called data. So this model is not specifics of the interactions, like what the base URL, what are the API endpoints, what are the keys for shared references. So all of the details, all of the implementations are here. So this will be API clients, all those that we have created specific repositories. So not just group repository, but network repository as well. And it could be all well just to connect those two. But it would be then harder to, for example, change something in here without changing something in here. Because if some response in your API client changes, we would also need to update those fields in the presentation level. And sometimes we don't want that. And remember, we already started looking into it by introducing interfaces like book repository, and so on, and then swapping their implementations. So, for example, everything that's in memory, network, JSON, and so on is here. But all of the repositories that are abstract and also models. Remember how in the last, not yesterday, but the lesson before, we started mapping and showing here not just business character response, but just business character. We did all of this mapping from the actual face to representation that we want to see in the user interface. So the two different models. And we have another layer that connects this and this here. And it stores abstract repositories. It stores models, business models. And it's called domain. So another word for business logic, something that you will be hearing a lot, is called domain, business domain. So basically this represents all of the IT representation of your business. So everything related to your books, to your discrete characters and so on, but on an abstract level. So that it just exists, it exists here. And everything that is implementation exists here. And everything that just shows this visually exists here. And how do they connect? Is that presentation calls only classes and functions and so on here. So it never calls in memory repository, it never calls network repository and so on. It calls only book repository. Same one for models. It never knows that such things as response and request exist. It doesn't care about that because they can change, API can change. You can change from, as I said previously, from network to the memory, to JSON, to Firebase, to whatever. And if we do it all here, without changing the actual interface, then nothing changes here. There's much less possibilities to create an error interface if you don't have to do little tweaks everywhere. The same way, and this will look a bit harder when I explain it, but we will start working on fixing our folder on it. Hopefully, will make sense. Also, this is a more advanced topic, so just good time. The data model also talks domain. So domain is like this special model that hides away these details and how do you substitute those dependencies? So we do need to somehow connect these to this even in the domain layer. For that we use dependency injection and we do dependency injection with requires. Okay? So everything that happens in main and our main Dart, we connect data to the main to presentation. So everything is this connection. It's handled by dependency injection, and it happens in that. So for us, we have already done everything in our latest app that follows this architecture. We just need to put everything in the correct folder. And one more thing is that even if we just split it into 3 models, it still can be a lot of code. And there's another option that I will introduce. It's called feature. So there are 2 opposite approaches how to handle this architecture. See how to better explain this. You know what? Let's first capture, and then we'll talk more about this. Okay. Okay. So code-wise, what do we need to do? For now, in lib, we will create 3 folders in our Disney characters app. Create 3 folders and call each of them presentation, data, and domain. And we will start with the easiest, with the presentation, because presentation is something that's always related to widgets and to pages and so on. And what do you think would be, for example, first page that we would, oh, okay, I'm already hinting, but first file that we would move to presentation layer? Okay, yes, Disney and face page, yes. And also character page. I think we don't have more widgets here, but I'm selecting all of those widgets and moving them to the presentation layer. Also, when you do that, you might start seeing errors because you need to fix imports after that. So for example, I selected 3 of those files. I moved them all to presentation. And now if I open Disney list page, I will see that my import of Disney face page is in red. So what I can do is I just delete this import like this. I now find where it is screaming at me. I can always do that by looking at Dart analysis. I see that it is Disney face page, and I re-import it again with the correct path this time. Dart is a bit not Dart, but Android Studio is, I would say in this case, not the best tool to handle imports, but it is what it is. It depends. Actually, I'm not sure, but I always have this problem with imports. So okay, did everyone do that? And it compiles for everyone. No red errors. Okay. For Igor, Artur. Okay. Okay. Все нормально?
Я тоже не буду. Просто нас. Там иногда автоматически, иногда.
Тоже Disney list page. Disney list page. Ну, что там повезло. Потому что я говорю, тут бывает непредсказуемо, поэтому не знаю. Но у меня очень часто проблемы с импортами. Если нет проблем, хорошо. Если есть проблемы, то смотрим, на какой импорт орет, удаляем этот импорт и делаем заново импорт. Okay. Okay. Next, we will touch the domain layer. And for that, where is it? What do you think we should put to the domain layer? Anything else? No, main will be a special file. So for now, main we don't touch at all. Yes, main will stay where it is because main is special in that way that it has everything in order to start the app. We will also be setting dependency injection in there and so on and so forth. So it's like a white crow in this whole architecture. It's an entry point to the app. Okay, so Disney repository. And anything else? Yes, which ones? Yes, exactly. And yes, that's correct. So we have 3 files. It's Disney repository, Disney character, and face Disney character, because Disney character is doesn't know about anything about response or request or so on. This is a model that we use everywhere in our user interface, and same goes for the face Disney character. That's one of the reasons why we created those models in the first place. so that they are actually the information that we need in UI without them being tied specifically to all of the fields in their format and with their titles in the responses. Okay, so we select Disney character. We select Disney character and Disney repository, and you can, if you select one file, you can press Command or probably Control on Windows and select other files like that. Okay, and we move them to domain. Yeah, for me, everything with import has broken. So I go to each file, find at which import it screams. Does it work okay for you? Maybe new Android Studio version or Flutter plugin has fixed this, because yeah, I haven't updated in a while. I'm really scared with updates, because every time I update some major version of like macOS or Android Studio or Flutter, everything breaks. So if I have like a course or an important project, I try to not upgrade until it's finished so that nothing breaks. Okay. Okay, so probably they have fixed everything, a new Android version, Android Studio version, which is amazing. Okay, and we have now domain module, our presentation module, and now we need to move things into data module. So what do we move there? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Everything except language.
Yes, yes, exactly. Because everything else, we have two API clients. They go to data. We have an implementation of repository, which is network Disney repository. It goes to data, and everything else is response and body. So they also go to data, because they're API specific models. Okay, so we select everything except main.dart, move it to data. Ага, значит, не все они починили. Возможно, будет проблема именно из-за того, что генерированные файлы. Сейчас, возможно, нам надо будет перегенерить. У меня сгенерировано. Да. У меня получается, если я захожу в свой сгенерированный файл и наоборот убираю изменения, которые мне сделала Android Studio, то есть смотрите, вот, допустим, в HR Body, Android Studio мне сделала так, что у меня дата теперь приставка. Но так как у меня все подвинулось в дату, мне эта приставка не нужна, я делаю это, реверт, и все, мне осталось нормально.
Я сначала все файлы одновременно перекину.
Да.
Красный, потом по одному стал перекинуть.
Потому что он не знает, что ты остальные файлы тоже сюда докинешь, когда ты перекидываешь все вместе, и он их рефакторит, думая, что те файлы там останутся. Вот. Давай посмотрим. Okay, so far, everyone else good? We will continue working on this architecture right now. So, okay, now it looks a bit better. We understand that in presentation, we will have only widgets. In domain, we will have modules and abstract classes. This will also help us to actually understand what do we need to map from what, because if we know that presentation only talks to domain, then there's no way that presentation can know anything about response, body, and so on, which means that somewhere until it goes to presentation, we need to map it. But as our app will grow, even those modules will also grow. So we will split them by features and by a couple of more modules. So there are two completely different approaches to splitting. First one is we can have, for example, don't do this, just watch. We can probably don't really see this. Okay, you know what? I'll take a photo of this and I will remove it. I will do it again. Oh, currently in our app, we have two features. First one of them is just Disney characters, and the other one is favorite Disney characters, right? So we can say that these are two features. And two approaches how we can do this. First one is feature layer first, feature first layer. So for example, we have a feature, it's a folder called Disney. And then on the Disney we have application, I'll just call it friends, data. And then we have a second feature called face. And it also has three folders, presentation, data, and data. There are pros and cons to this architecture. Pros is that features are independent and you can work on this feature without such this feature. And this architecture works really well for bigger projects when you have actually separate teams working on separate features. For example, I have a friend, their Flutter app has 50 developers, like on one application. So they have a lot of features and those people don't even work with each other. So for them, this works real well. The problem with this architecture is that there will be logic to duplicating because, for example, you need one request in several features. And in order to not break this encapsulation of features, you will need to implement it again in another feature. So it's started to decouple features so that they're really independent. This is not what we will follow, but you will definitely find advocates for this architecture, and also we will encounter this in many applications. It's a completely fine approach, but we will be doing it differently. We will be following a more simple architecture. It's called layer first. And what we will do is we will have three layers, topmost layers. And inside of them, we will have features. Disney. Or not Disney, they're all Disney. Characters. Waves. Characters. And this way we won't need to refactor our Disney repository. Otherwise, we would need to split it into two different ones, the Wave repository and characters repository, which actually would probably make sense, but for our really small application, it's completely fine to do it like this. Okay. This kind of makes sense. Okay, so let's do that, and then we will go one more layer deeper. So we will start with presentation. We will create two folders, characters, or let's just call it charts, and face. Okay, and what do we move to the chart folder? And yes, correct. So we move the Disney character page and Disney list page to our charts folder. Disney character page и Disney list page мы двигаем в папку charts, presentation уровня. And Disney Faves page goes obviously to the Faves folder. faves. Okay, in the main, we also create chars and faves. What do we move to chars? Yes. Yep, we will also do that. See, in here, those features are not that tightly decoupled, and it's okay because we're not splitting into several repositories. Okay, and we move fave Disney character to faves. See. Okay, and moving on to data layer, we'll have again chars and faves. What do we move to the chars? Yes, and yes. And we will also move the network Disney repository there. Because as I said, ideally we would need to split it into several, but we won't. It's okay for now. So we will just move it all to the chars folder. Okay, and then we move everything else to the faves folder, fave API client, fave char body, and fave Disney response. And we will do one more nesting layer because again, this is all good and well, but even this can grow too big. And there's one more thing that we can split into, at least on this level. For example, in our data model in chars, we can create 3 more folders. We can create them model, like model, MODEL, API, just API, and repository. Okay, we have 3 folders, API, model, and repository inside of our data chars model. Everyone got this? Valentin, are you good?
Да.
Артур.
Правда, еще не так.
Да, Артур?
Сейчас. Сейчас.
Да, сейчас. Ты сделал? Model, API и repository. Будь здоров. In your books library application, in presentation, you will have also one more folder called design system. So it also belongs to the presentation layer because it's responsible for how user interface looks like. Okay, everyone got their folders in charts. So in here, I think it's pretty obvious. We move API client to the API folder. We move the repository to the repository folder. And we have 2 classes left, Disney response and generated Disney response, and we move them to the model folder. Now we have nice and clean architecture in this folder. We know where we put any new models in case we create them, anything related to repository, and anything related to the API. We can do the same in our faves folder. So in your faves folder, please also create API model repository and move the correct files in the correct folders. Okay, well, actually, you won't, in your faves, you won't need the repository folder because we don't have any repository in there. So it will be only API and model. Such an architecture with layers, with specific layers that you know about, really helps when you work in a team and when new team members join and so on. And for example, you're new on the project, you're not familiar with the project, and you get a task, add this feature X, and at least when you have this architecture and you're familiar with with architecture in general, you understand, okay, so if I need to create the visual parts of this function, of this functionality, I will go to the presentation layer and I will create a new folder there and we'll create a page there, and so on and so forth. Because in Chile, we have most of our projects follow the same architecture, like at this level wise, and it really helps because all of our developers can easily switch between projects and understand how to work with the code base. This really happens often. Okay, and in domain, even though we have a couple of files for now, we can still, for example, in chars, create folders, model and repository. And we put our Disney character in the model folder and repository in the repository folder. And the same goes for faves, just one folder there called model. And we put our Disney characters inside. With importing,
Sure.
do you need help?
No.
Oh, good.
Just interested.
Oh, okay. Okay, everyone done so far? Sam? Ты все, что связано с face, идет в face. Ну, по логике, по фичам раскладываем. Face, лапка. Дальше. Так, ребят, сейчас мы будем дальше двигаться, поэтому если вы что-то в какой-то момент не понимаете, останавливайте меня, чтобы мы это точно поняли, и только потом двигались дальше, потому что сейчас начнется... А? Нет. Почему наша модель, если это репозиторий? Как мы это знаешь? Да, только теперь у тебя в одном уровне видишь, например, да, то есть соответствие репозиторий, в котором есть и абстрактный класс, и его имплементация. Где у нас должен быть абстрактный класс? Должен быть нame. То есть тут у тебя должен быть characters. Na carta было две папки. Часто есть.
Нет.
Но она должна быть каждой папке, а не сама по себе. Также сделаем репозиторий. И что будет?
Ну, блин.
Если, пожалуйста, если что-то ты понимаешь, что не понимаешь, останавливай меня, чтобы мы остановились и все поняли. Okay, I'll just quickly commit this to Git. And now we will start with a new topic, which will require quite some coding and quite some mind wrapping around, but it will be really useful for you in the future. So let's now open and observe our Disney list page. Okay. Things that interest us about Disney list page is that, first of all, we have a repository injected straight into the widget. So if, for example, we have one more repository and then one more and one more for other functionalities on this page. For example, we can have user repository to have some information about the user, authentication repository if we need some session token to get the information from Disney repository, and so on and so forth. And this will all get really bloated really fast, and our widget will know a lot about what's going on the business logic side of things. And it will be really hard to manage because for now we have only one feature that returns a list of Disney characters. But what if we have several features? What if we want to see a list, also character of the day and something else? Then we would need to somehow figure out how to create new features and nest them one feature into another feature into another feature and so on. This could really easily leads to problems with huge amounts of code, not understanding where to put logic, and so on. And for that, this is called state. So this is called the state of our widget, of our application. For example, the state can be in progress. The state can be a list of characters, of Disney characters. The state can be error, and so on. And it can consist of several parts. So in order to manage this state, this problem is called state management. In general, not only in Flutter, but state management is something that you do in like all of your applications. You don't even need to have user interface for that. And there are several patterns, several approaches, several architecture styles to do that. You may have heard some of them, like MVC, MVVM, MVP. We won't be diving too deep into that. That's advanced. We don't even need to think about it right now. But we will get hands-on with one of the approaches, really popular in Flutter, especially for apps on which teams work on. We use this approach always in Chile, and it's called block. And block stands for business logic component. So basically, it's a special class that is responsible for taking all of this logic from your widget, putting all of this logic inside of itself, and giving to the widget only the state with fields so that the widget doesn't have to think about where to get anything from and just show the information that is present in this block. It's a library. We already have added this library in our app. It's called Flutter Block, and we used it for provider. So this library offers a lot of different things that are useful. But the main idea, its task is to actually provide us with those special classes called blocks, and we will be using them today. But blocks, even by themselves, maybe are a bit too complex, and we will start with a more simpler version of block. It's called Cubit. I don't know why, but it's called Cubit. It's probably just like a small version of block. And let's go back to our board and understand this a little more. So how this works. We have our page. And it wants to show information from a special class called state. And this state has fields: list, charts, bool, progress, string, error, and so on and so forth. Many fields that we care about, and we just show them here. Without actually, with those fields, we usually got from future application builder, but now we won't. And now these fields will come from special class, which will be called Cubit. And this Cubit will encapsulate this state, and it will give this state to the data. So Cubit will be responsible for the state, and it will be giving this state to the widget. But we need to somehow change the state. For example, we opened the page, we pressed the button, and so on. So when we did something, when something happened, we will call it an event. So an event happens. An event can be a button click, an event can be app started, an event can be page opened, and so on. And this means that we need to change something. We need to trigger something. And triggering will be done from the page because it's the one responsible for the button. It has a button we call press and so on. So when something in on press happens, we will send an event to the Cubit or to the block. Future. Cubit will consume this event, do some magic in here, and based on the result of this event, will create a new state that will go back to the page, and so on, so many times. So page receives some event, it passes this event to the Cubit. Cubit now is like, okay, I know that on press of our favorite button, I need to add this to the favorite API client, I need to add this to favorite repository, and so on and so forth. And after that, I need to update the list myself and send the new list to the page. Okay, so it will make more sense once we start writing code. So let's do that. Any questions so far that are completely confusing or something? Feel like that? No? Don't be shy. Okay, let's code and then we will see. So first we will start with refactoring the Disney list page. And for that, in our presentation layer, in our charts folder, let me put it battery. Okay, I'll just switch matches really quick so that it doesn't. Okay, and in our presentation, in our charts folder, we will create a new folder, call it block, BLOC, stands for business logic component. And inside of this folder, we will create a couple of new files. We will call first one, say Disney list state. And it will be a class, Disney list state, extends also equitable. Okay, and in here we will have three fields. First one, what do we show in our Disney list page? In our Disney list page, we have a user interface. What do we show there? Exactly. We show a list. So we need a list of Disney characters that we need to show. Imports. Okay. How, for example, could we model that our Disney characters list is currently being fetched, so it's in progress? Okay, I'll help you with this one. We can have a Boolean value, which is called is loading. So we can check if it is loading, then show loader. If it's not loading, then show characters. Okay. And we can have one more field. Let's make it a string for now. Or no, actually, let's also make it a Boolean. So in order to show that we have an error, we can say is error. Okay, and don't forget to override create the constructor and override these props. And we'll do one more thing here. One interesting thing about classes when we do them like this, we always say that the fields are final, and final means that we can never change those fields, right? So once they have been created, they will always stay like this. But there is no opportunity for us to create, for example, easily an object with the same fields as the current one, but change one property only. And we will be needing to do this when we will be working with Cubit. So for that, we will create one more method. It is a new method. We haven't done such one before. And it will be called copy with. And what this method will do is it will accept the same parameters as it has in the constructor, and it will check if those parameters are not null, it will use them. If they're null, then it will use the fields of this class, and it will make more sense once we will be actually using this copy-with method. But for now, let's write it. So the return type will be the same as this class, this name, list state. It will be called copy with. All of its parameters will be named and optional. And those parameters will be exactly the same as our final parameters in the state. So it will be, for example, this one, list Disney character. But pay attention here, it is nullable. So I add a question mark in here. Same goes for Boolean. Bool is loading with a question mark. And bool is error with a question mark. Okay, and after the constructor, pay attention here, we do the arrow syntax, the arrow syntax, and we call the constructor of this list state. And here's the interesting part. For each field, for example, chars, the named field chars, we will do the following. We will check if this chars that was passed as the parameter is not null, then pass this as parameter. But if it's null, two question mark, assign this chars that already exists in this model as the field for the new Disney list state class object. And the same goes for all of the rest of parameters. Okay, everyone did this? Until? Okay. Cool. Now let's create a new class in our block folder. And we will call it Disney list Cubit. Cubit is written like this, C-U-B-I-T. So Disney list Cubit. I'll write it here. Just a second. Disney list Cubit, and you can name the file the same like Disney list Cubit. Okay. And we will extend a new class. It will be extends Cubit, a new class. We need to import the library Flutter block to be able to use it. And in the diamond brackets, we need to specify what will be the state object of this Cubit. And the state object is our Disney list state, the one that we have just created. So we can copy its title and pass it to the Cubit diamond brackets. Okay, so far so good. And now it screams at me that the superclass Cubit Disney list state doesn't have a zero argument constructor. So try declaring a zero argument constructor or declaring a constructor, blah, blah, blah. So basically what it says is that the Cubit itself, the parent class Cubit, doesn't, like, we can't create Cubit like this. It's not possible because it doesn't have a constructor which accepts only zero arguments. it has only one constructor. And in order to use that constructor, we need to pass a state object to this structure. So if we, for example, press as usual the option and select the option to override the super constructor, we can see that now in order, okay, this is special new syntax of that. So what this does is in this naiList Cubit constructor, it accepts initial state of type this naiList state that is specified here, and it passes it to the parent constructor. But we will remove this because this is confusing, and we will call it the old way, like this, super. And in this super, we will pass our own instance of this naiList state, the initial one. And it will be just an empty class. It will have empty characters. It won't be loading, and it won't have an error. So this is the initial state of our Disney list page. Okay, and we will start with creating methods that we will be calling from our Disney list page. And the first one will be load data. So we will say void load or load characters. Load characters. And here's where the fun part begins. First, when we start loading something, we want to tell it to the UI that we are currently in the process of loading so that the user understands what's going on. So remember how we checked for the connection state in our feature builder? Remember connection state waiting, and if it's waiting, then we show our progress. Well, we're going to do something similar here, but we will be the ones controlling this. So in our function load characters, we will say emit. Emit is a special function of the Cubit. What it does, it sends a new state to the widget. When we will connect Cubit to the widget, you will understand. For now, let's just read this code. The first time, confusing. Second time, less confusing, so on as usual. So emit, and in this emit, we need to pass state that we want to show in the UI. For that, we take the current state. We have a variable state in the Cubit class. It's available to us when we do extend Cubit, blah, blah, blah. Now we can call this method that we have just created, the copy with. And what we're saying is, please return the same state that exists currently, but change this one field, and this one field will be is loading, and it will become true. Okay, so at this point, we say the state is the same as it was before, but it's now loading. Now, because we will be doing some calls to the network, there's always a chance that an error can occur, like no connection or API broke, especially with those Disney ones or whatever. So in order to handle this, we will be using a try and catch syntax. Does everyone know what is try and catch? Have to?
Try to execute like some function, and in case if there's a mistake, catch this.
Yes, exactly. So try. And then here, for now, I will just comment that to do implement list fetch. And next, we can say just catch, but usually we want to catch just exceptions. So we say on exception catch X. X will be the exception, but also stack trace, because we want to print the stack trace. Okay, and we will do two things here. First one, we will just print the error to the console so that we know that something happened. And we will say failed to load. And we'll say X. X. And stack trace. In real apps, we don't use just print. We use other tools that log this error to remote resources so that developers can see those errors happening to users and then do something about it. But for now, print is okay. It will scream at me, don't invoke print in production code. And for this, okay, I just ignore avoid print for this line. Yes. So you can write this line instead of you can write this line. I will send it to you in chat on top of the print so that the Dart analysis doesn't scream at you. In our case, for now, this is okay. In real life, never do that. But for now, this is okay. Okay, and one last thing, we actually want to say that, okay, now the current state is the same as before, but its error is true because an error has happened. And also it is not loading anymore, so its loading is false. Okay, and then one last thing for us left to do. Question? Okay. One last thing left for us to do is to actually fetch the data from about the Disney characters. And remember, we did that in our Disney list page from the repository. So the same way, we need a repository in here. And repository will be a field in our Cubit class. So we will say final. What was it? Disney repository. Repository. We can, for now, we can say this Disney repository in the constructor and just pass it as a position. Okay. Everyone did that?
If you want to avoid print, что ты думаешь?
Если мы его уберем, окей, если я его убираю, у меня появляется тут новый ворнинг, который говорит don't invoke print in production code. То есть в production коде вообще нежелательно print вызывать, потому что если кто-то подключится к твоему устройству и через USB, и у тебя есть принты, эти принты будут выводиться в консоль, это можно что посмотреть, это небезопасно, поэтому просто принты дартовские мы не используем. Так как мы сейчас это все тестовое, мы просто игнорим этот принт, чтобы в Dart Analysis у нас не было этого ворнинга. Да, сейчас могу. Ну, зачем? Не забудь. Все, нормально сейчас конфигурируется. Ну, в смысле, красного нет. Окей. Да.
А зачем нам использовать это? Помним, если мы используем этот print, то мы подсвечиваем.
Да, мы сейчас не хотим, чтобы нам подсвечивалось, именно потому что, как я вам говорила, мы, когда входим, откроем pull request, у нас должно быть 0 ворнингов в Dart Analysis табе. Поэтому сейчас для нас окей. Ну, то есть нам для нас это лишняя подсветка, нам она не нужна, поэтому мы окей, согласны ее игнорировать.
Если потом заблокируем.
Это мы делаем только в этом приложении. То есть в реальных приложениях тебе никто pull request не пропустит. Видит, что ты такой игнор добавил, скажет, убрать игнор. Для нас сейчас окей, мы сами решаем. Okay, let's get to let's fetch the actual data Flutter repository. So where I have left the to do comment, I now remove the to do comment. And remember that because we will be fetching a future, we need to make this function async. And if we make a function async, we also need to change the return type to be future. Okay, and we'll say final chars equals await dictionary repository, get all characters, just as we did before. And any idea what we will do on the next line?
Change state.
Yes, how do we do that?
It-
Yes,
Copy this.
exactly. Exactly, insert chars, and also important, set that is loading is false because we have finished loading. Okay, everyone done so far? Awesome. Now for now we will leave the Cubit alone and go back to our Disney list page. A couple of things that we will do here. First one is in the Disney list page stateful widget, not the state, but stateful widget. After the create state function, we will create a new function. It will be static so that we can just call it on the class, not the object. It will return Disney page. And it will be called with Cubit. And from here, we will need to wrap our widget into a special class, which will be wrapping it into the Cubit. So it is called block provider. Block because Cubit is the mini version of block. So we will be also calling some of the classes block, but keep in mind that it works perfectly well with Cubit. So we say block provider. Create. Okay, not create, but just call the constructor like this. Inside of this constructor, we have a method called create, which accepts one parameter context. And from this create, we need to return our new qubit that we have just created. So we say arrow Disney list qubit. And remember that we have also imported. Remember that we have set that into our constructor of Disney list qubit. We need to pass the Disney repository. Well, we can do that by the same way as we called context read in here. The same way we can use this context passed to us as a parameter and read it from there. So we say context read. And in static where it says Disney list page, remove this Disney list page and say just the abstract widget one. Okay. And one last thing in here left to do is to actually say that, okay, the qubit on top will be Disney list qubit, but the widget will be our Disney list page. So as a child parameter, we pass Disney list page. I think this is by far the most advanced topic. Okay, maybe API was a bit harder, but this is also as advanced. So it's okay if it's doesn't make sense for the first couple of times. Um, Sounds good. In the block, just get now, give us one block. And first was okay.
We have mid states if all exceed structure person.
Okay, so now we need to get rid of all of the repository and features that we had in our Disney list page state and refactor it to use our Cubit. For that, what we will do is in our build method, inside of our build method, we will comment everything. Just don't delete it, just comment for now. Okay. Because we will be needing to in everything in the build method. Yes. В методе build здесь на list page мы пока что закомментировали весь код, который у нас был.
Вот другая, да.
Просто закомментировали пока что весь код. Я советую комментировать с точкой этой со звездочкой, потому что нам надо будет копировать куски потом, если везде слэш в начале со звездочкой это можно все выделить, нажать Command, Shift и эту да, наверное, я никогда обычно не использую. Okay, and from here we need to return a new widget. We will say return. It will be called block builder. It accepts one parameter builder. Don't forget the semicolon at the end. Put it right now because otherwise in the end we'll forget about it and it will be a problem with syntax. So in here, block builder, remember how in future builder we specified that we will want a list of Disney characters? Well, we need to do a similar thing in the block builder constructor here. We will say in diamond brackets, what type of qubit will it have? And its qubit will be Disney list qubit. And after a comma, what state it will have? And this will be Disney list state. Also need to import it. Okay, everyone has that? Okay, and now in the builder function, builder accepts two parameters. So instead of this little builder, we say phrases, regular ones, context and state. Remember how we had in this view builder, we had index and state. Well, here context and index. Here we have context and state. And open curly braces. Okay, everyone has this. Okay. So here's a couple of things that will be going on. First, let's return the scaffold that we had. So return from here, we can return scaffold. We will give it the same app bar. just copy it from the previous scaffold. А как вы открывали страницу с Waves? Аббара не было, но scaffold сам был. Хотя бы тогда floating action button добавьте. Вот. Then also a floating action button. Okay, and we will do one interesting thing here at the top. Now, before the scaffold, before we do return scaffold, we will create a new variable, call it var child or widget child, like this, nullable widget child. Okay, and we'll say if state is loading, then child will be you can copy from the one that we had with the progress, circle progress indicator in the center. Okay. So even yeah, дико извиняюсь. So loading, then we can do the same thing for if state is error. We can return, for example, say that the child will be text also in center. Child will be text failed to load. So const. Okay, and else, if it's not an error and not loading, we can just copy the list that we have here at the bottom, the whole list view with the gesture detector and everything. The one that is commented for now. So I'll just copy it. Say that it will be the child. Yes, everything that starts from list view builder, you'll probably also need to import again something, and it won't compile because we don't have data. And нет, только list view builder. Вот только list view builder tangible. We can also say that final data equals state chars, and then everything should compile. Don't just type it from scratch, copy it from the list view that you had before, okay? Because we already have this whole list view. Yes. Probably don't need the cost. Пробовал запустить? Еще раз.
Нам очень нужно это уже state, здесь не future, можно было init state.
Сейчас доберемся. Сейчас доберемся. Ошибка, наверное, что не смог найти провайдер такого-то типа, что-то такого. Сейчас объясню. Никуда еще. Пока что он вот у нас ниже будет. Scaffold. Что? Да, дата — это state chars. А? Сейчас будет. Пока что мы определяем только параметр child. Вот мы создали параметр видео child, и мы определяем, что если loading, то это child будет центр progress indicator. Если error, то центр failed to load. В другом случае это будет список. Внизу у нас scaffold, и теперь в scaffold home мы можем сказать, что это будет child. Home, не home, body называется. Так, body. В чем?
Получается, нужно else state
Else у тебя есть параметр child. Мы сейчас определяем параметр child. Смотри, что мы делаем. У нас всегда при любых обстоятельствах будет scaffold, у которого будет abart disney characters и у которого будет кнопка. Но в зависимости от того, прогресс сейчас, ошибка или список, мы будем менять child. Child мы определили как переменную здесь в самом верху, что это nullable widget. И дальше, если loading это такой child, если это ошибка такой child, и в обратном случае это наш список list view builder, который мы скопировали, вот то, что было закомментировано здесь. Никит?
Да, нормально. А то, что надо удалять, не надо.
Сейчас, подожди.
А удалился. Секунду. Если
Только child здесь какой-то, да? Body. Child. Это вижу. Это child, который мы только что видели. Нет, не надо рентген делать. Видишь, мы child. Этим сказать, такой child. Есть такой child. Другой child. Артур? Errors, yes. Yes, we still have a couple of things to do before it works. Okay, so now, yes, we can remove all of the commented code if you want to do that. So what we are left with, just a block builder, no future builder, no anything. So we can remove this repository and this new future as fields in our Disney page state completely. But we do need one more new field. Any ideas what will be this field? Да. Okay, but in here, because we're working with the Cubit, we need to actually have well, we want to, because we will be calling methods on it. We want to have a link to our Cubit. So we will say Disney is Cubit, call it Cubit. Okay, play final. And the same way as previously, we will read it from context. And remember that in our Cubit, we have created a new function, load characters. So we actually need to call it. Or I can say Cubit, all characters. Okay. We have one last thing left to do before this all works together. Are you ready to move on? Okay. Ik have to. Okay. So remember that we have created this with Cubit constructor. What we have done here is we have defined a way how to wrap our Disney list page into a Disney list Cubit. So now we actually need to use this method. So remember when we were creating Disney list page, this was in main.dart. Now we need to not just create it with a regular constructor, but say that it will be with Cubit. And yeah, because it's invalid constant value, we need to remove const from material.
Use this.
Запускаем. Смотреть. Да, ну сейчас как все тут запустилось, нет? Выглядит, как будто все работает. Тогда Okay, so now you can also have 5-10 minute break, and after that, you will need to do this all over again yourselves in a different page. So I will walk you through, and then I will write it down. For our Disney Face page, we need to create a folder called blog. In this folder called blog, we need to create 2 new classes. Oh, I'm not showing anything, sorry. In this folder block, you will create 2 classes, Disney Fave State, where you will have almost the same state, but with Fave Disney character, not just Disney character. Disney Faves Cubit, which will be loading from the faves and not get all characters. And what else? Yes, you will need to, in your Disney Faves page, create a new constructor in here, then wrap everything in here with the block builder, update it to use block builder, also remove all of these, and inject Cubit, and in the place where you create Disney Faves page, here in Disney list page, you will need to call it with Cubit. This is almost the same as the current example, so it will take some time, but look at your Disney list page and Disney list Cubit and it will all work out. So I will write it down.
Also,
Refactor to use block or
the version of the frames, we need also else. Page. Finish space.
yes, Disney details of the Disney character. Yes.
Like a question.
Yes.
Create like new state,
Yes.
or we can read it for some.
No, I generally suggest creating new ones for each page because even if they in our small app they look similar, in real life they will probably be different. Also, for advanced concept, in real apps we don't do this is loading, is there, and so on. We have one class that can have values is loading there and so on. It's called delayed result, but I'll give you an article if you want to check it out. But for now, yeah, just use this approach.
он делать? Remove components.
Добавить новый метод в Disney Page Cubit. Вызывать его. в кубите добавить новый метод remove from waves. Да. Да, в нем добавить новый метод, который будет удалять и перезагружать, возвращать просто новый список. Камнем. Не совсем скопировать, потому что сам вызов репозитория можешь скопировать, но тебе там не надо вызывать setState, потому что setState принадлежит виджету. Немножко нужно переделать логику по такому же принципу, как мы сделали load all phase, то есть ты сначала эмитишь прогресс, ты оборачиваешь try catch, а на случай ошибки ты получаешь ошибку, на случай success ты сначала делаешь remove, потом ты делаешь get all phase, эти повернулись из phase, ты делаешь опять state copy with characters, точно так же, как было в load. И у тебя появляется новый список. Для этого тебе не нужно ничего делать в бюджете. Мы как бы этим и занимаемся. Мы убираем бизнес-логику из бюджета. Нет, не нужно. Тебе вообще из бюджета тебе нужно будет только вызвать Cubit remove from favorites, и все. Все остальное будет в кубите, и там не будет setState. Там будет только emit.
Same idea is like the provider says
That it can't find.
the custody is the custody from the developer's network system.
In this case.
Okay.
The question was.
I got confused in 1
Yes.
second. How we know that implementation from yeah, how we know the implementation of removal changed, for example.
This is because we have injected everything in
Yeah.
main. Yes.
Based on the providers.
Yes, based on the providers. That's why we just find in one place where we create all repositories and then we read them in the app without actually needing to care where they come from. So it's really useful.
Stuff we need to have the basic repository or implement.
Yes, looks like magic. But yeah, we do. And because in the diamond brackets of repository provider, we said Disney repository and not network Disney repository, it means that wherever we ask for Disney repository, we get what we passed in the implementation, but we can change it in just one place in this main Dart in the future, and all of the other ones will still work as expected. Ага, тебе нужно сам метод по клику передавать, сам метод кубита, да, просто один клик передать. Не читать его внутри, передать как параметр. Потому что только виджет знает, на какой айтем нажали. То есть мы там же берем айдишник, передаем его как параметр в метод.
Получается оставить при ID.
Да, потому что его нужно передать. Там переводи, да, должен считаться.
Ладно, на конкурс, да. Это вот файл был,
Да. Делай. Потом. Ну, можешь, конечно, добавить там какие-то кнопки, что save action, захватывать и так далее. Потому что тянут там. А, нет. Что есть?
Yeah.
Вопрос. Уточню. Когда дефолтным сделали, когда они спустились, а когда мы забили.
Да, хороший вопрос, как бы. Сейчас. Сделай его в самом этом стейте. Нула был пока что. Да. Пока что нула будет. Да. Просто был. А просто будет брать. Тоже в Cubit у нас в Cubit появится новый метод remove from favorites. И вот он на себя заберет. Да, просто вызывать. Только для этого надо будет убрать весь этот метод из самого бюджета, то есть без set state или история.
Вернул, там дальше.
Не работает?
Когда я понял, что
Да.
благодаря идее своего вот эту виз,
Покажи мне свой твой копировать. Ну, самого этого. Ладно. Мне Cubit обратно. Единый character, что он конкретно говорит? Потому что нужно сделать await репозиторий, иначе ты future подаешь. Перед тем, как делаешь запрос здесь на репозитории, это же future возвращается. Да.
Что сделал?
Кубите новый метод. Начинай писать. Там есть копировать, там будет Сначала сделаем логику, а потом отвлекаешь в треке. Смотри, сначала нам нужно убрать из фаворитов. Помнишь, мы вот здесь не были вместе? На репортере. Ну, хорошо, открой эту страницу. Это твой Disney Facebook. Да? Давай. Ты вбить Cubit. Вбить там, где у тебя Disney Facebook открывается. Здесь. Значит, на тебя фейк называют. Смотри, мы сначала удалили, а теперь нам нужно еще раз спросить героев. Так, покажи мне в этом классе место, где мы запрашивали герой. Конкретно. Вот, это да. Это все еще раз. И точно так. Так, чтобы так работать с ним, поэтому сначала делать границ. А теперь вот начинаем отсюда делать точно так же. Иметь loading, потом try, потом catch. Да? Это просто. Это у всех было практически. Так, тест видела? Теперь там, где ты называл. Здесь ничего не надо. Все не надо здесь. Скажи, где ты называл ребенка? Вот теперь в Cubit нужно допустить. Cubit. Так, это как он там называется? Вот он целит. Точка. Да. Стоп. Стоп. Проект стоп. Ты... нет, ты уже работал, да? Работает? У тебя есть, у тебя есть. Тим, как видела. Что здесь? Нужна помощь? Сейчас подойду, Артур. Вот сейчас все закончим и пойдем. Думаю, что минут 5 осталось. 10. Давайте договоримся в час. Это как раз 6 минут. Хорошо? У тебя закончился работать? Если нужно перерыв, 6 минут.
Да.
Все не работает, правильно? Да. Да.
Короче говоря,
Да. Ну, давай.
у меня туда почему-то уменьшили работу.
Вы просто сами
Сначала Fine.
Или кончено.
Уже начинаем, но давай фиксить вопрос.
А вот этот метод добавить к файлу.
Да,
Делать
да. Убить.
то куда добавлять должны были бы добавлять, если бы кубит favorite, мы добавляем state, который
А что мы делали изначально? Покажи на Disney Character Page. Я не помню.
просто в details нажимаешь на closing button и называется.
И все, значит, нам тоже ничего не надо делать.
Еще не надо делать.
Нет, ну вот в кубите. В смысле, надо вызвать этот метод. Нет, character кубит. Да. Производить не нужно, чтобы возвращалось. Просто
Просто
всё, да?
вызов. Просто его
Да. Все нормально. Потом, просто сейчас, возможно, это не настолько понятно, что мы все делаем, что у нас довольно простой интерфейс. Но чем сложнее интерфейс, у тебя может быть вся страничка загружена, но когда ты нажимаешь на один айтем добавить, у него один маленький прогресс показывается. И вот мы можем показывать только один этот маленький прогресс, например, говоря, что конкретно айдишник сейчас... Это намного проще делать через внешние подачи, чем это все контролировать самим юзером. Окей. Вернусь, у нас есть еще одна минутка отдохнуть. И мы начнем писать тест. Okay, so what we will do now is we will learn a little bit how to write unit tests and what are unit tests and how in general testing happens of your applications. First thing is, I find the saying being funny, but really real life, is how a developer tests their code. They test it only to make the happy scenario. So they test it in a way that their code works. But how a QA, quality assurance engineer, tests their code, developer's code, is to make the code break. So we as developers, we only test the happy path. Oh, it works. Okay, great. I'm a great programmer. Everything is perfect. We don't try to break our apps, right? Because it's our precious code. We don't want it to break and everything works and perfect. QA's job is different. It's completely opposite. Because even in their name, in their title, quality assurance, it means that their job is to assure that the product is of great quality, means that it does what it's supposed to do. It doesn't break unexpected results, and it also doesn't do what it's not supposed to do. So for that, we have separate engineers who do the testing and so on. And there's two types of testing. First type of testing is manual, when they actually take the phone, click through, find scenarios, write down comments, and so on. And the second type of testing, which sometimes is done by QA engineers, but also a lot of times is done by developers, is automated testing. And automated testing means that, first of all, you create some code that tests your code, and then you run those tests. We will learn and practice how to do that. But even those tests can be very, very different. And first type, the smallest one, is called unit testing. And unit testing is for testing just really small units. For example, to test just that one qubit works, to test that just one function works, and so on. And this is the lowest level, smallest code testing. And it means that you need to write a lot of code to test, but also it doesn't test a lot. So they're only good for some type of code. We will see which one. Then there's a higher level testing. For example, when you test whole pages, you write a scenario in specific code language and so on, which actually clicks through pages, verifies that you can see specific text, specific image, and so on the page. But does it only without internet, with fake dependencies, like fake API calls that we hard code to make sure that they always return the same results. And then there's topmost level of testing called integration test or end-to-end testing, depends on, again, whether you use mocked dependencies or not. Some of them can actually launch real emulators with real internet and so on, and follow through scenarios and report their results. So we won't be learning how to do those tests. Those are super complex and also require work of a team. Most of the times, the backend team, so to set up the environment, the QAs, the developers, and so on. but we will do unit tests. And initially, we usually have, recently we have started to, okay, there's also such definition as code coverage. And code coverage is a metric that shows how many of the code in your repository is covered with unit test. Covered with unit test means that the unit test run this code at least one time, so that this code is actually executed. And super like some companies are really invested in automated testing. I don't know if you have heard, or maybe you will hear in the future if you'll continue your Flutter path. There's a company called Very Good Ventures, and they have 100% code coverage policy. So every code that they write, they won't let merge until their unit test covering 100% of the code. So they have that. In Chile, we strive more like 90%. Some older projects don't even have unit tests at all, but in general, the higher the better. But also, it can be not the best metric because, of course, it doesn't test everything, and it's just units and not the whole thing. All right, but now let's try and write some unit tests. But before we do that, let's create a class that we will test in lib folder because it will be just an example class. We will call it calculator. It will be just a Dart class, calculator. Okay, so it will be class calculator. And it will have a couple of methods. It will have int add, which will add two integers, subtract, multiply, and int divide. Если ты делишь вот так без черточки и говоришь, что у тебя return type int, он у тебя будет орать, потому что такая черточка возвращает result double. А чтобы делить интеджеры, то нужно эту вот тильду, или как она там называется, использовать. Okay, everyone got this? Add, subtract, multiply, divide, just a really simple calculator class. Okay, then we go to our test folder. We create a new class, call it calculator test. Тогда создаем. If you don't have it, then you create.
На проекте.
Она в проекте на таком же уровне, как lib. Что? Так.
Справа,
Да.
лево.
Справа, лево, шифта.
Это условно сказать.
Okay, then everyone create a test folder on the same level as lib. If you did not delete it previously, then you have it. If you have deleted previously, then you don't have it. Yes. Call it test. Test. Just test. В смысле внутри? Нет, на таком же уровне, как lib, внутри Disney часть. We'll start without groups, but we just test. Okay, everyone got it? Now in this test folder, we create a new file called calculator test. That file then. Okay, and in here, we will start with our already familiar void main function, and everything will happen in the main function. We will start with something very simple. So for now, just watch. We use a keyword called test. In this test, it's a function. In this test function, we need to pass two parameters. First parameter is the name of what this test will do. For example, we will say 1 + 1 should equal 2. And then the second one is the actual test, which is just void callback. So it's a function that accepts 0 parameters and returns 0. It doesn't return anything, right? I need to import the Flutter test package after that. And then in this code, I can write, okay, also in the main, because we will be testing the calculator, I will create the calculator instance. Calculator. This one will be under test. So I will say final result, calculator, add 1 + 1. And then I use a function, special function called expect. And I need to pass two parameters. First parameter is the actual result that we have got result. And the second parameter is the result that we think we expect should be returned from this function. So 1 + 1 = 2. We think that it should be 2. Is it the correct order? Let me just quickly check. Yes, actual and mature. Yes. Okay. And then Android Studio is smart. It already sees that this is a test and shows this little green button. So for example, I can run it. Then this little console opens up in here. And I can see that it says test passed. 1 out of 1 test has passed. If, for example, I change this 2 in here to 3, and I will run this test again, it will say that the test has failed. Expected result was 3, but the actual result is 2. Okay, does this make sense? Okay, great. So up to you. Now write the same thing, but just 2 + 2 = 4. First, we do everything in the main function. First, we create the instance of the calculator that we will be testing. And then we use special functions called test. We pass the name as the first parameter, a closure, void callback as the second parameter. Inside of this function, we do some calculations that we want, and then we expect the result. Надо импортировать.
Он просто не предлагает. Импорт через library. Но он сам автоматически.
Это не надо делать.
Ну, я слышу.
Убери. Так, еще раз скажи мне. Не видит, да, вообще-то? Для
Просто привет.
такое бывает. Может быть,
Слышь, Василий.
сейчас я скину вам это самое. Можете мне показать свой PubSpec YAML? Там, так, PubSpec YAML, dev dependencies. Есть вот это Flutter тест, да? SDK Flutter.
Есть.
Окей. Не знаю, значит, вы что-то
Где-то это.
Ну, может быть, но он вообще по дефолту должен быть, он идет сразу из коробки. Давайте я
Потому что мы удаляли, может, тест, типа, и так далее.
попробую.
Right click on test directory and this
Wait, just a second. And where?
is
Okay. Test resource.
Просто, блядь,
and then you can create
и какой? А, тест sources.
a source with a
Nice.
О, да, да, да.
Yeah, I tried to. Well, I didn't.
Genius. Ну, там импортировать потом.
Teamwork. Теперь попробуй тогда просто импорт, который я в чате скинула, добавить вручную. А ты, Артур, добавил импорт? Я в чате скинула импорт. Мгм. Остальных все получилось? Сейчас я быстренько напишу. Тест. Okay. One more thing that we can do. For now, also we can just watch. Everyone else, okay? Артур, Игорь, работает. Тесты запускаются. Да? Окей. Работает. Я правильно слышала, работает, да? Артур. Okay. So when we have several tests of the same nature, for example, in calculator, we have 4 categories. We have addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. We can also group them. For example, just watch for now. I will cut those tests. They are in my memory. I can say group. And group is also a function where I can say addition test. And also just pass a closure. And just paste all of my tests here. And then I can run the whole group, for example. Okay, and it says test passed 2 out of 2. And I will show you one more thing. For now, just watch. So let's say subtraction. Am I correct in writing this? Okay. 2 minus 1 equals 1. So what? 2, 1. Minus 1 minus 1 equals 0, right? I hope. Check my math skills. Okay. And then I can, instead of running the whole test suite, I can either run all of them, for example, by running main function. I can see that 2 tests failed. Actual -2. Yeah, I'm wrong with my 1. Oh, because it's subtract, should be subtract. Okay, and so basically I have run 4 tests, but if I see that my second group has failed and I don't want to rerun the whole first group, I can rerun just the second group. Oh, that's because the result expected should be 1 here. Then I can fix the test, for example, do something, rerun, and just run the second group. Okay, now tasks for you. Wrap your addition test into a group, call it addition test, and write a new group with subtraction test, and add at least 1 test that subtracts there. So you should have 2 groups, addition test and subtraction test.
What is it? What is the difference between addition to test?
Addition test, do test addition method, subtraction test.
Addition,
Yeah.
do we have annotation which says this will be to fail? Like I want to have failed because not because the best.
Failing test, or do you want to test whether it throws an exception?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there are expect, okay, not a 0, but throws. We have a lot of things in here. Error, because error and exception are a bit different, but in general, yes, you can say throws an exception. I think just the general one too. And for example, okay, I know what we can do here. Let me just quickly know what you'll finish this, but watch for a second. And division test, and we will test how our function behaves with 0. So let's say division by 0 throws error. And I say final result. For example, divide 1 by 0. I expect throws something. And let me see if this is true. I run this group. Actually, I'm not sure if this will work. Well, first of all, this won't work out because it doesn't throw anything for now. Oh, yeah, wait. Integer division by 0 exception. Yeah. Expect, let me see. There was the problem with this test is that we actually do it here, but we need to call it like a function, I believe. Let me quickly see if this will work. Yes. Okay, so the problem with this one, if we leave it like this, we actually perform this action. And so this will throw without even reaching this code. So what we need to do is we need to make this as a function. So for example, like this. Go away, we don't care about that. And then run this as a test. I believe this should work now. Yes, because then I pass this as a function into the expect function. It runs this function itself, and then the result of this function is an exception. So there's this small point. Okay. Because if we leave it like this, without this, we are actually calling this code in place. So when we reach line 33, this code gets called because it will throw an exception because we can't divide by 0. It will throw right in here. It won't even reach this code. It won't even reach it. So it throws here. And in order to defer this execution, we make this as a function. So for example, like this, or we could also do it like this, doesn't matter, any way of a function. I'll leave it as one-liner. I then pass it to the expect, and expect now runs this function, and because it knows that it expects an exception, it will be okay. For example, I think if we do it like this, let's say as a test, it should fail the test. Yes, it says that I expected 2, but actual closure, blah, blah, blah. And it returned an int and didn't throw an exception. Okay. So there's that. We can also, yeah, okay. We can leave it at this. But also finish this test so you have an example on how to test with an exception. And we will move on to block test. And see, those tests are really helpful because I think calculator is a great example. If this, we know definitely as a person that division by 0 is not possible. So we can't get a return a real number. And if we wrote this test and actually got some result back, for example, 4 or 5 or whatever, we would note that there is something wrong with the code. And we need to modify this code until the test that we have written actually passes. And units in this case are our functions and our calculator as a class as a whole. Understand? At home, there will be only one task, but it will be quite a big task. We will need to refactor your books page. All of the pages there, faves, details, and list page to use Cubit. And then we will also need to write unit test for the 3 of those qubits. Okay, so far, how are you doing? Okay. As you can also see, I think it was, oops, yes. There are several ways to check code coverage. We will see the simplest one of them here in your main function. When you select the run button, the Android Studio is smart and it should have an option run tests in calculator with coverage. Do you have this? Okay, then we run it. And on the left where your files are, you can see that lib 5% of files are covered, 75% of lines are covered, because it only has like calculator and main Dart. Yeah, I don't know how it says that 100% of lines are covered in main Dart. Something is wrong there. But yeah, in calculator, 75 lines are covered because we have covered addition, subtraction, division. Oh, it actually even colors a little bit. You can see green, this is covered. Green, this is covered. Red, This is not covered. And green, again, this is covered. You can see it doesn't.
But for me, it's not showing.
Not showing anything.
Showing, no, it shows the coverage of the file,
Mm-hmm.
but not showing
The colors.
coverage in the project, like column. Like near the name of the file, there's no coverage. Like,
Probably also check it out tomorrow, but at home you'll need to install one tool, which helps to see coverage consistently, and also helps to, for example, use this coverage result not only in your IDE but share it in other tools. We will not be talking about them too much, but in general, yes, we will need to install one tool, and tomorrow I will show you another way to test code coverage. But for now, this is okay. This is just an example of what code coverage means. So now let's move on to testing our qubits. Back in our test folder, let's see, I have only one qubit, right? I have only this nameless qubit. And generally in test, we replicate the same code structure as in our lib. So we would say I have presentation. Inside of this presentation, I have chars. Inside of chars, I have block. And inside of that, I have my Disney list qubit test. Disney list qubit test. Да, да.
Это очень новый факт.
Да, сначала создать новую папку, presentation. Вот, папка будет точно по такому же пути. Да, в тесте. Мы точно такая же структура, но мы пока что создадим только вот там, где у нас будет сам тест. То есть presentation, в котором есть chars, в котором есть блок. И в этом блоке мы создадим один файл, который называется Disney list qubit, точно так же, как наш файл, но у него еще есть суффикс тест. Так же, как у тебя должно быть в твоем коде блок. То есть нам нужно тот же путь. Если у вас одна папка, он будет сейчас выглядеть, как будто это все одна строка, это так отображение. Это окей, это пока что не обращайте внимания. Что? Disney list qubit, точно так же, как наш, только еще с суффиксом тест. Да. Такие же папки, как у тебя в твоем коде в lib. And we will need to add one library for testing our blocks, and it's called block test. I sent this to you in chat. So we go to installing, copy our block test. Also, we don't add it to dependencies. We added to dev dependencies. I don't know why do they have it specified in just dependencies. And don't forget to run pubget. And then dev dependencies. Да. Там одна папка chars, и внутри этой chars папка блок. Смотри, у тебя должна быть такой же прям путь. Что? Нормально. Это себе это нормально, он так и будет показывать, что ты не Ника, я знаю, что это confusing. И здесь создать новый файл, который называется точно так же, что и Cubit. Точно принимательный блок. Я знаю, что он называется точно так же. Здесь не весь Cubit, только еще один Flutter тест. Okay. Everyone has the dependency block test. Okay, so in our Disney list Cubit test file, we create once again the function void main. In here, we will do several things. Let's say we will have late final Disney list Cubit. With blocks, it will be a bit more complex than with just unit test because for convenience reasons to be used with block test. That way we added the block test library, so you will see everything. So the first thing that we will create here is called a method called setup. And for this, we need to import Flutter test. And this setup method is the one that runs, I believe, every time before every group or every test, depending if your test or group are separated. And in here, we, for example, can do any setups, any mocks, anything that we want. And another interesting thing is that we need to pass a repository here, right? Disney list Cubit expects a repository. But if we try to do network calls here, we will have a lot of errors, and also network calls can be flaky. In unit tests, we never communicate with real network, so we can't pass our network books repository. And we actually don't want to test it here. We want to test how our Cubit behaves. So for that, in unit testing, there's another notion. It's called either mocks, where we mock behavior of something, or fakes, when we create a fake implementation of something. And for that, we will create a fake books repository in the same folder. Okay. You will also see why we need interfaces in this case. So we create fake book, not book, why did I say book? Disney repository. Okay, called class fake Disney repository. Any ideas what we will be doing here? Stop compiling. Actually, this time it wasn't correct. It's not what I wanted to do. So any ideas? We want to create a, yes, but before that, remember what we're trying to do. This Disney list Cubit expects a Disney repository. So we need to give it a Disney repository. So what do we need to do here? Implement. Yes, that's correct. We implement our already familiar Disney repository. And now it screams at us because we need to override all of methods. Don't override them manually. Use the Android Studio option, enter, create 5 missing override, because it will give you compilable code and it will throw unimplemented errors for those methods that are not implemented. We will start one by one instead of implementing all of them all at once. So in get all characters, I will give you this copy. I will just write it myself and then I will give it to you. We want to test that it returns some list of Disney character. Because this is because this is a fake repository, we can do anything we want in here because we control this data and we use it only to help us test the blocks. So what I will do is I will say return just a list. And in here, I will say, okay, also don't forget async if I want to return without returning a feature. And I will create Disney character. 1, Lilo. I will copy this code to you so that you don't overwrite it. Lilo image. Lilo stitch. Okay, this is just a string, right? What you don't like? Okay, it's just a string. Okay, and you created out. I have no idea. Okay. And for now, we will be enough with just one movie. So in your get all characters, when you will be doing the fake repository, if you haven't yet, you can paste this. Okay, so this is will be our test code. Also, what we can do even better, for example, in our class fake Disney repository on the top level, we can say const Disney Lilo, and I will just create this Disney character at the top, and you will see soon why. So I have created her like this, and instead of this character, I return it straight from return like this. So you can create const Disney Lilo in your fake Disney repository. Okay. Or do you still need time? Everyone done? Yes, no, please talk to me. Okay. So back in our Disney LS Cubit test, now we need to actually create the repository. So here where we announce the Cubit, let's also announce the repository. So late final. In this case, we can say fake Disney repository. Disney repository. And in our setup, just create it like that and pass it to the Disney LS Cubit. And see, another beauty of the interface, we don't need to change anything in the Cubit, and we can just control that we pass the fake Disney repository and do whatever we want with it and write tests and so on. Because if we had to use network repository straight away in a Disney list Cubit, like in here, it would say network Disney repository, then it would be impossible for us to write normal tests. That's another use of the interfaces for testing. Okay. And then we will write already familiar group. We will say list of chars tests. And I will write test list of chars is empty when Cubit is created. So this description is just your strings. It doesn't have to follow any format or anything, but usually it's a good idea to actually describe what this does. But also, since we already have a list of char tests, we can remove the test here, list of chars. Then in this test, we can remove list of chars in the description and say is empty when Cubit is created. So that the description of the test you can read in the format list of chars is empty when Cubit is created. Then the next test will be is or contains one item when loaded, blah, 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 or throws an error or whatever. And I am wrong. It should not be a test. Sorry, I confused everyone. It should be a block test. Special file, a special kind of test should be block test. It also has description, so description will stay. But now it has a build function and also many other functions. And build function, our block test should have what? Should have returned, yeah, build function should return a qubit. So from here, we will return our qubit. I'll expect just like that. Return the qubit that we have just created at the top so we can reuse it. So block tests have more parameters than just the regular test class because we're testing blocks here specifically. And we need to pass several things. First of them is description, the same as in test. Next one is how to build our block. And the next one is actually what to do. So action. And or action is optional, I believe, because in this case, we don't want to test any action. We will do it in the next test. It is optional because we just want to test what happens when the qubit is created without calling any functions. So we don't use action, but we will use in the next one. And there are two types of tests that we can use, either expect and just watch. In expect, you should return a list of states that your block has emitted, or you can use verify. And in verify, you can test specific fields. For example, and it gives you the qubits, the one that you have given to it, actions performed, and so on. We want to make sure that when the qubit is created without any actions, for now you can just watch, without any actions, that the state chars is empty. We also want to make sure that the loading and the error are false, like this. Or we can just, okay, it's false, what is, wait. We can just, wait. Where are you? We don't have to use those matchers. We can just say false, like a regular Boolean. False. We can use either is empty or length and check for 0, for example. Up to you. And then if we run this group, let's see what happens. And test passed 1 out of 1. Okay. And this is when we do a block test without any actions. Now let's check what happens if we load items. So, oh, nice. GitHub Copilot is smart for a minute. So what happened in here? We say that the title is not empty when load characters is called. We build the same way, the same qubit. Now here we have a very important line, act, short for action. And in here we say what to do with the qubit. And we want to call qubit load characters. Because this is a function, we can also do, for example, load characters, then qubit do something else and so on if you want a more complex scenario. But for now, it's okay with just one line. And what happens is when this method is executed, we get the verify function. And in here, we want to check that it's not empty. And we can also check one more thing. For example, I want to be sure that the first character is specifically Lilo. So say chars first. And remember this fake repository. Where was my fake repository? This Disney Lilo class that we have created. I can just say Disney Lilo in here and test if this is true. So let's run it. and test 1 out of 1 passed. Now, what I want to demonstrate, this is a great time to demonstrate the power of equatable. Remember that Disney Lilo is a Disney character, and in Disney character, we extend equatable, right? Okay, no, you know what? This won't work. I'll show you something else. Lilo, I will just copy completely this class, right? You see that I'm copying it, not changing any fields. I'm returning this Disney Lilo from where? From here. Then in my Cubit test, I can just say that my character will be this Disney character. I will return Lilo once I'm done with this demo, but for now, all you need to understand that the fields in this class are exactly the same, right? With the Lilo one. So if I run it, it tells me that test passed 1 out of 1, which is correct, right? Because ID the same, name, image URL, all movies and gear created at, everything field-wise for us, for people, we understand that they're completely the same, right? In this Disney Lilo and that other one. But if we go to our Disney, where was she? Disney character, remove equatable. I will comment it for a second. And also props. Go back to my test. Rerun this test. I was, what? That's already been initialized. What? That's very weird. Okay, let's just run it again. I'll check this error later. It tells me that the test failed because expected instance of Disney character, but got another instance of Disney character. Because if we don't implement equatable, those fields will be equal, but will be equal only and only if they're the same instance. So for example, if I say that this is Disney Lilo, this will work because it is exactly the same object. But if I create the same object, it won't work. That's why we need equatable, because equatable, based on the properties that we have overwritten in the props over here, generates the new equality method. And if they're the same, then we can test them. Okay. Does this make equatable any more clear? Okay, so equatable overrides the equals operator based on these properties, because by default, in Dart, by default, objects are equal only and only when they're the same object. Doesn't care about any properties of the object, only that it's actually the same instance. Okay. Now over to you. Did you, while I was writing, did you write any tests or anything? Not? Okay, then up to you, write those tests. First one is to test that the list is empty and the fields are false when we just create the qubit without calling any methods. And the second test is to test that we have one specific item in our list once we call the load characters method on qubit. Okay, and I will. Okay, let me see what's up with this. Okay. For whatever reasons, it doesn't want to work like this. So you can remove the setup method and just initialize those dependencies as they were, like that. I think something changed in how that behaves. What's up with you? They changed something or what? I'll stop sharing screen for a second because I need to check. You can write the test meanwhile, or are you done already?
No.
Then what are you waiting for?
We'll have to write down base structures and to.
Hmm?
I could do write down all of the.
Try step by step, write block tests. Then write build method from which you return qubit, and then the verify method in which you just test the fields of the qubit. Try typing it. That's me being stupid. Okay, I got it. Not final. Okay. One error that you need to fix that I introduced is make them not final, because as I said, setup gets run every time, and if they're final, then it screams at us that this has already been initialized. About it? Super. I think for now, yeah, we're pretty much done. So if you're done with tests, you are free. At home, also need to write those tests for the books blocks, but before that, you need to write blocks for the books. Okay. Any questions so far about those unit tests? Make sense. Okay. For block test, we have 2 or 3, depending on do we want to perform an action or not, 2 or 3 fields. Build, where we just return the same qubit that we created every time. Verify, where we just test the fields of the qubit exactly the same way as we did in the calculator test. And if you want to perform an action, then just an action.
Можно вопрос по поводу?
Да,
Ну, то, что мы эти делали
Да.
блоки.
да.
Сделал блок с характер.
Мгм.
Ну, вот это он просто без кубит, понятно, просто типа ID,
Да.
который нам вводится.
Мгм.
Но когда я пытаюсь, ну, а куда вводится без кубит, то есть page, вот навигатор, когда мы открываем, если здесь что-то
Да.
решать, писать.
Открой мне Disney Character. Стоп. Да, Disney Character Page. Так, тебе этот айдишник нужно еще подать сюда в вид Cubit.
Как require, типа, или
Да, required. Ну, либо можно и
А.
positional, просто тоже string этот самый. Потому что если он positional и не nullable, он все равно required. Нет, string ID. Так не получится, что это не конструктор, а метод. Все нормально, только this убери. Если
А,
точка.
все, я понял, я понял.
И
Ну, только он
значит int.
Сейчас он будет туда. Только нужно посту.
Нет, до.
Ну, только, по-моему,
Попробуй писать. With Cubit. Оно не видит? Покажи мне.
Статик. Я вспомнил.
Он не статик у тебя?
Да, он мне не статик.
А
Ну да, я убрал статик, чтобы ID работал.
Вот форматируем, не забываем.
Сейчас пробуем.
Так, ну, в целом так должно работать, но то, как мы обычно строим блоки, это чтобы, ну, или кубиты, чтобы в самом кубите не было никакого стейта. Ну, то есть у тебя сейчас репозиторий поля и ID поля, да?
Да.
Вот. Мы обычно делаем, чтобы там не было этого поля. Ну, сейчас нормально, это круто, что ты сообразил вообще, как делать. Как мы обычно делаем, мы добавим это поле в state, и когда ты создаешь этот блок, ты вызываешь load, и, типа load data, и передаешь в него ID-шник через метод, и он загружает эти данные.
Я понял.
Да.
Когда мы его там.
Да.
Ну,
Вот, но так тоже можно.
Ну,
Да. Игорь, Валентин, all this, all good? Okay, perfect. Да. Нет.
Так что нет. Проблема запятыми.
Так, ну, надо учиться смотреть, где у тебя эти запятые. Как бы странно учился. Но смотри, по-хорошему, когда у тебя проблемы с какими-то запятыми, запятыми и так далее, да, во-первых, ставь сразу, а во-вторых, начинай смотреть по скобкам, где у тебя закрывается, где не закрывается. Они тебя подсвечивают и желтым. Вот в таких моментах он тебе говорит, где не хватает. So tomorrow